Hello, everybody, and welcome back to session 169 of Pokerole. We have returned after quite the big battle over the course of the last few sessions. A lot has happened, and things finally started winding down with the defeat of what's his name again? I forgot.
Jim Horn.
Jim Horn. Thank you. A lot of names to remember actually on this arc. But yeah, we beat him, and we're seeing the after effects of that entire big journey up to this point, and some of us are a little worse for wear than others. But we will see what will be the true aftermath of this during this session. I suppose we'll find out. But before we begin, if you like the video, do think about giving it a like, maybe subscribing if you'd like to do that, maybe coming over to Twitch if you want to watch this content live. Whether you want to lurk or talk, think about coming over and hanging out. We'd honestly love to have you. We also have a pretty cool Discord server if you want to hang out over there. We also have a Pokerole Discord server you can access through that if you want to talk about our game here particularly. We have a coffee link if you want to help directly monetize what we do here, and I very much appreciate it if you might consider it, because every little bit does help. We also have a merch store as well, if you want to buy some neat stuff over there. And of course, we have our Poker Pioneers Mirror Keys Wiki for our game, if you want to see episode recaps to catch yourself up faster, or check out character bios and other things. The wiki's been handled by Edio, Kyrio, and others, and thank you very much for doing that, guys. All the links are in the description of the video. And indeed, I'm sorry for forgetting his name. I am a little muddy today. I should maybe clear up as we go, but just have a brain muddy day. It's okay. No big deal. This is going to be a little bit more of a chill session, I think, so no problems there. But I'll hand it over to Kar, and I'll share some art.
Welcome, everyone, to the table. I know it's been a bit of an absence, but we return. Last time was session 168, the Moonlit Dance. As Tucker and Ryda stand in the shadowy space, they watch as the area begins to change following Jim Horn's defeat. Crystals and chains begin to fade away into nothingness, and the area goes from the reflection of the real throne room into a hall of judgment. The motionless body of Jim Horn is grabbed by claws of Eternatus and is pulled down into deeper and deeper darkness. Eternatus praises Ryda for following through on their bounty. At this same time, they see the visage of Queen Artemisia begin to open her eyes, a smile forming on her face as she experiences from Jim Horn's control freedom once more. However, as much as Ryda is relieved to see their queen wear a genuine smile, they and Tucker realize there is still more work to be done, and they exit the Realm of Shadow to check that their friends and the remaining rebels are okay. Side note before I go on, thank you, Ennio, for writing the recap as always. These summaries are available on the Mirror Keys Wiki, and boy, so much work goes into it. Please remember to praise those who write notes. They do a lot of work. Outside the world of shadow, the crystal-blighted knights seem to almost freeze, enraged expressions still directed at Scales, and yet they make no action. Scales looks towards the Machamp and asks if they still intend to fight with their king defeated. Instead, the knights hurry to assist the slumbering Artemisia, as, slowly, crystals upon her begin to break. Now regaining their sense of self, Cheval is confused over what had happened to him and Calvin, and the party recounts what had happened. However, even with the effects of the crystals seemingly wearing off, the crystals still seem to remain on their bodies, with no sign of breaking apart themselves. As Scales finally passes out, no longer able to maintain control of Brooke, Ralph advises everyone to help up everyone who is unconscious and move to somewhere they can rest. Ralph takes care of carrying Brooke, and Tucker sticks with Lucy, Luxio, to help take care of Purloin, while Tora makes her way into the room. While they prepare to fall back, Ryda sees Artemisia in the clutches of the Machamp, their old fellow apprentice, Leon. When he looks over to Ryda, his expression still seems angry, but Ryda tries to ignore it and confirm if he and the Queen were all right. Leon assures them that they are fine, and begins to take Artemisia back to her chambers to rest. Ryda proceeding to follow behind them, out of concern. On the way to the exit, Tucker passes by Gemhorn's body to check that the Nidoking is truly dead this time. And, as they do, both he and Ralph feel a familiar stillness as time grinds to a halt. Tick, tick, tick. And the clockwork butler returns to the room, looking towards Gemhorn's corpse, and only somewhat lamenting what a waste it was that his arrogance brought his downfall so soon. However, they are not so fazed, seeing as they at least only needed to be here to extend their offer and observe the outcome of the Nidoking's hubris should he decline. It looks toward Tucker, having been able to recognize their presence even during frozen time, and bids farewell to Team Cheer until they eventually meet again. As they leave, and once time again resumes, Tucker grumbles at the confirmation that the observers truly were responsible for this whole situation, and he rejoins the others in taking the injured back to rest. Just gonna note here, not necessarily responsible, that is your assumption. But I appreciate that the players and characters are still theorizing about this, because you don't know.
I don't think I will say, since Tucker was being addressed directly, I don't know if Tucker was assuming they were truly responsible for the situation, but they know they were involved. That's all.
Very true. And unfortunately, the only person who saw the first conversation is not available right now.
Yeah, and Tucker didn't see that one, so yeah,
Yep.
Didn't see the denial.
As the party exits the throne room, they see that all signs of conflict have stopped, many of the crystal-blighted Pokemon now having dropped their weaponry and are working with the rebels to tend to any injured in the area. Lyre begins to use aromatherapy in order to help alleviate any remaining injuries and symptoms, as well as to help everyone relax and refocus as they retreat to a proper place of rest. As the rebels look up to see Team Cheer exit the room, they cheer in relief that the battle has been won, and their spirits have been re-emboldened to help the wounded. One of the castle knights and a group of rebels notice Ralph carrying an unconscious Brook and step forward to assist in guiding them to a place for him to recover. Tucker also goes with them, and the group enters a medical wing, where Brook is placed upon a bed and is left in the care of one of the medics. I think I described him as an Audino. Not that it necessarily matters. For all you know, it could be a disguised skinny. Tucker pulls Ralph away briefly to ask if he also sensed the butler's presence, and Ralph confirms his suspicions, wondering about how he expected one of those observers to show their faces around here sooner or later. Soon, Tucker is asked if he can run through the city to check if any of the citizenry have medical supplies to spare for those injured in the castle, and he agrees, leaving Ralph to assist in moving any of the badly injured to the medical bay. Eventually, Brook wakes up, seeing Deadeye sat beside him and looking over his bandaged injuries. Brook asks if the team had really won, and Deadeye confirms his hopes, taking out the crystal horn that was once on the Nidoking's head as proof. With his revenge complete, Brook asks what he wants to do now, and the Heliolisk admits that he isn't quite sure. Brook confesses that after all they had just been through, and expecting that this very well may have been their final moments, he asks if Deadeye would want to stay with him on a more permanent basis. Deadeye ponders the idea, and admits that he may not exactly feel like he wants to go back to Sea Spray, so he wouldn't be opposed to the idea. I appreciate the italics in this particular sentence, Enya. Thank you. The jaded lizard accepts Brooke's proposal in the most roundabout way he can feasibly think of, and Brooke lets the relief from Deadeye's acceptance help him go back to sleep. And as Brooke returns to sleep, Tucker returns to the medical bay with the supplies and asks if he could assist in tending to the injured. After handing over said supplies, Tucker approaches the patients and begins to focus. During his travel through the kingdom, under the moon's pale glow, he found himself pausing to look up at the moon, and noticed as its light had served to revitalize him and recover his own wounds. With the fight now over, Tucker had learned the move, Moonlight, and intends to use it as much as he can to help the injured recover. Which you can absolutely put yourself into unconscious exhaustion if you want.
Yeah, well, that kind of happened. It's the stats. Oh, I forgot.
Just covering my bases because I couldn't quite remember if
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, you are in a space that is safe enough that there aren't any long-reaching consequences to that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ryda follows Leon in the direction of the royal domicile, and the Machamp forces off the lock that had been placed on it to get inside and put Artemisia into bed. As he does, Ryda turns to notice a portrait that Gemhorde had seemingly ordered be made, of him and their queen together as a happy couple, and vents a modicum of frustration by rending the foul painting in twain, before joining their old companion inside. Inside the room, Ryda looks around and espies a sight which sends a chill down their spine. Next to the queen's bed where Artemisia now rests, there laid a cradle, containing a single egg. Aiming to distract themselves away from what that means, they approach the bed to check on the queen, until they are stopped by Leon, an angered expression still on their face. They ask Ryda to leave Artemisia be, and to follow him to the training yard. Along the way, he orders a number of the knights to keep an eye on the queen's chamber to ensure no one interrupted her rest until medical attention arrives. Once the two reach the training yard, they stand upon opposing sides of the field. Leon points his hammer towards Ryda and declares that if Ryda truly feels remorse for what happened to the queen, then he needs them to prove it through battle. Even with the both of them exhausted from the prior conflict, the two warriors fight on through sheer force of will and resolve. Leon still able to swing his hammer with all of his might, and Ryda parrying and evading his mighty blows with just as much determination. Ryda tries to break the tension, quipping about how this feels just like their old sparring matches. Leon, however, expresses no such similar joy. The shame of what had transpired still clear. Seeing that their old friend was set on using his muscles instead of his words, Ryda simply declares that today will be the day that they finally win one of their sparring matches. Slowly but surely, the resentful emotions begin to fade away from the two of them, and Ryda is able to seize victory via hypnosis and Dream Eater. Leon grumbles that Ryda would use a cheap tactic like that during a one-on-one duel, but accepts Ryda's help in standing back up to converse with their long-lost friend. Ryda explains about how they had lost their memories shortly after the knights helped them to escape, and asks Leon to fill them in on what exactly happened when Gemhorn took over. Leon begins to recount a time when the two of them had helped Artemisia to sneak out of the castle, to give her reprieve from her royal responsibilities, even if only for a while. He reminds Ryda that during one such time, they had bumped into Gemhorn, but they didn't do anything to stop him. After all, he didn't seem to be a danger at first. If anything, Artemisia seemed happy to be at his side. But one day they began to suspect that something wasn't quite right. But by then it was too late to stop Gemhorn's plan. Knowing that what happened was because of them, Leon knew that he and Ryda should have been punished. However, he didn't want Ryda to end up facing the consequences, and so aided in their escape, hoping that they can be free, even if the two of them may never cross paths again. Ryda responds that Leon should have let them take the fall and escape himself, but Leon didn't accept that, remarking that he wouldn't have been likely to do any different than Ryda did, and that Ryda would have ended up suffering in his place. He then continues, talking about how Gemhorn's persona changed, getting more arrogant and selfish, until his tyranny turned the kingdom into what it was mere hours ago. He looks towards his old friend, smiles, and thanks them for being able to come back and save their home after all this time. Ryda is unable to hold back their regret any longer and breaks into tears as they hold on to Leon, who holds them close until they have calmed down. We're going to swap to events 218 briefly.
Okay.
How droll. You sit there, you watch, you listen. As though this tale is destined for a happy ending. I know that it is. We ensure it. We can go back to 49 now.
Ominous. Oh, I also forgot to mention at the intro for the video that, yeah, the Kyrio isn't here for a reason. He is traveling right now. He will try to show up at a latter half of third game tonight, but we're obviously not pushing him to because he is literally traveling. So,
Indeed. Which gives us time to go through things while Brooke is kind of unconscious.
Yeah, because he did go back to conscious after that conversation.
As is Tucker, what would Ralph like to be doing right now? Because Ralph didn't get to do a whole lot last time.
Good question.
Alrighty. Well, I do have one thing I definitely need to do. I need to give Her Majesty her royal weapon back.
Ah, yes. The Queen's Blade.
But yeah, I'll be like stretching, like, ah, man, that was a weird dream. It's like this big tree and a city, and like this blue Jolteon was looking for us. Stick said, dreams are weird. I better give this thing back to her. I will head towards the throne room.
Oh, you're heading towards the royal colonnade?
Yeah, the royal chambers, rather. Oh, by the way, that there was a sly reference to our Valtoria cameo. It's like, like acting like I had it as a dream.
Yeah, like, I imagine Ralph probably... Because I remember Ralph was helping, like, very large Pokemon and, like, debris around to help clear the way, so I imagine Ralph just, like...
took a power nap.
Yeah, just leaned against a wall, took a power nap.
Dreamed out the fucking Valtoria cameo.
Okay, can I since you're bringing that up, can I interject for just a second?
Sure.
Okay, I do want to help. So Karserus is working on a PMD browser game, basically, and you can go play it. It got a major update recently, which actually added Team Cheer into it, and you can go play it over there. And I wanted to just give a little advertising because I mean, there's a little cross universe thing going on. So go check out the game. I'll put the link in the description of the video as well, but also it's here in the stream chat too. Go check it out.
We get a cameo, and you get a Ralph joke.
Yeah, you get a Ralph joke. Can't miss that.
Yeah. Honestly, best reward for the quest.
Yeah, we'll head over to the Royal Chamber. Hey, knock gently on the door. Actually, I imagine there's guards.
Yeah,
So I'll walk up to the guard and be like, "Oh, this will be funnier though." I reach out like I'm gonna knock, and then I go, "Yeah, hi, I knock, knock."
I imagine you're verbally saying knock. I know.
Yes, yes, I'm gonna just say knock. Yeah, I don't want to touch the door without, permission.
So, these knights aren't wearing armor. They have like these large crests that are acting kind of like brooches, keeping like cloaks, like a cloak or fabric cape around their shoulders. But like Leon, they have shackles or on their wrists and legs. They are both wielding halberds at the moment, which are crossed, and they're looking at you kind of suspiciously.
I'll wave ever so slightly, like that awkward sort of you barely move your hand wave, and be like, yeah, so I got something that belongs to her, and I gotta give it back. I take my bag and like twirl it down a little bit to show the hilt.
Captain Penitent's orders. No one is to disturb. As this poor knight penitent sees what is obviously her sword, looks at the other knight, who gives a shrug, but also they don't unblock the way for you. The other one, I'm just going to say this is a sock and a throw. Just because they're the first things that come to my mind. More fighting types. Hand that to Scholar's Aid. He will keep it safe.
Scholar's Aid. That's the grandpa we talked to. Yeah, right. Yeah, he's cool. I trust him.
Don't go running off with it.
No, of course not. Running with swords is very dangerous. You never run with swords. He let this like geeky smile, like I know exactly what you meant, but I'm being a little shit. I'll head towards the library to speak to the grandpa.
The innately grumpy-looking sock and throw knight penitents both look at you with squints as you leave.
I love that. Of course not. It's dangerous to run with swords.
By the way, one thing you'll notice being there is the rent painting. Because that was out in the hall. But you do notice a painting that has been rent over what looks to be a good chunk of it.
I feel like I would probably just assumed it happened in the fight. I'm not sure I'd think anything of it.
Fair enough. But I figured it was an obvious enough thing that it's like, I don't need anyone to roll for that.
Oh, what's the painting? Actually missed the detail on it.
The painting of Artemisian Gemhorn.
Oh,
That
yeah.
Rita fouled.
Yeah, I can get that.
But yeah. You make your way towards the library and Zaid's office, as you remember where it is. He said he was going to be there. Yes. Yes, Rida clawed that foul thing. Zaid is currently holed up in his office, which you go to open the door. There's not even any guards there. And because you're so innately strong, Ralph, it doesn't take much effort for you to just sort of push over some haphazardly piled up stuff that was being used to block the door.
Yeah.
And so it's just like thump, 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 clattering and thumping of like baubles and books and things that have been placed in front of the door, which would not have stopped anyone from coming in, but he tried.
Oh, how'd you going, old man?
I'm old, but you don't have to say it. And they crack a bit of a smile. I hear you're quite successful.
You know, I feel like I do have quite a lot of success. I got good friends. Being a pioneer is a pretty sick job. I got a loving girlfriend. So yeah.
They extend a limb as you're talking and make a zip it motion in the middle of it. And it's not like it zips your lips, but it silences you until you finish, and then they reverse the motion and the sound turns back on.
Oh, okay.
Much as I appreciate tales, I believe now is the time for business. I'll be happy to oblige you at a later time.
Oh yes, I do have business. I'll reach into my bag and pull out the Queen slip. Yeah, this has got to go back into the hands of someone who is supposed to hold it sooner.
Ah, I see. And Zaid motions for you to just lay it on his desk. He's got a bunch of stuff laid out there, but he doesn't seem particularly worried about what the blade will do laying on top of it. They've got a couple scrolls and knickknacks, things that the party asked them to look at.
Yeah, I will very gently lay it on the table, and I'm actually going to be very careful not to touch it again. That's a detail I want to point out. Every time I've shown it or anything, I've always been touching it through the bag. So even when I lay it out, I'm very careful to only hold it through the bag. You're kind of taken seriously the idea that only a select few people should ever wield this sword.
And this is noticed, and you kind of notice in turn that Zaid is not directly touching it either. As they sort of they hover, the equivalent of their hands over it, peering over it closely. Good. Intact. I had feared perhaps it would be broken. Or corrupted.
That's good, sir. No damage or nothing?
You could perhaps use a sharpening and some oil. But that is nothing a smith is unable to do. Just as well. Once Artemisia is in her right self again, She knows how to maintain her own regalia. Oh. They just heave out this great sigh of relief and sit back in their chair that creaks. There is hope yet for the kingdom to recover. I don't think that Kyrio can ever thank all of you enough.
Ralph will kind of laugh a little bit. I wish I could tell you how we did it, but he kind of looks up. Yeah, I'm not sure myself. He shrugs. We just sort of have this thing where we just kind of agree to help and then refuse to give up after the fact, and then it's always worked out so far.
Ah, I see. You have the storied one's luck. It's a double-edged sword, my friend. It gets you into more trouble than it gets you out of, in the end.
We've noticed that, too.
Well, take it from an old dragon. If you have the chance to retire, even early, take it. Adventure can call to your blood all at once. But once that blood is spilled, it doesn't come back.
And I'll smile and nod.
Now then, might I have my staffs back?
Oh, yes, you can have those back too. And those I just, hand him.
Oh, thank you. They'll need some recharging time, but I appreciate that you have returned them, as you said.
Oh, they were super useful, by the way.
As I thought they might be. To be honest, it's quite impressive. I can tell that you wielded them well. You have fine acumen, young man.
Human.
Yes, you're astute.
Oh, yes.
If only you had been born to this kingdom, you could have become a great scholar, or perhaps even a mage, matching my caliber. But I digress. Queen Sting is returned, and now we need only wait for the Queen herself to waken. But in the meantime, there's much to do. And I would not ask one of our saviors, such as you are, to do that work.
Yeah, actually, I don't know that I don't think I'd mind spending a bit more time with you. You seem wise, maybe have some of that wisdom rub off of me. I laugh a bit. As you observed, I'm astute, yes, but I'm not always, wise.
Wisdom is something that comes with age and experience, my friend. Few are lucky enough to accrue enough of it to live as long as I. And then they lean over the table, holding one hand up close to their mouth as if they're whispering a secret. But I get to cheat. I'm a dragon.
See.
Yes. Dragon types, by propensity, tend to live longest among all types.
I guess that is kind of cheating.
Indeed.
So, I feel like I could learn from you.
And I should like to teach you, when time permits.
Yes,
for,
my time.
for now, if you wish to stay in my office, you're free. I hope it's not too cramped. They look over at the pile of things that's just lying around. To be fair, I did move a lot of things.
Oh, no, it doesn't feel too cramped at all. As a matter of fact, it reminds me of a cozy place back home.
Ah. You either are or know another bookworm or scholar. Very good. Well, for now, I'm currently deciphering that scroll your friend gave me. In fact, I've been using it to help me ascertain the traits of this little artifact. And they gesture towards the scroll that was not yet deciphered, and the curved cerulean bone that was left behind for Brooke.
Ooh, can I try to help him do that?
You can. We will come back to that because I would love to bounce to Rida.
Oh yeah, I forgot those eyes were left to say.
They were. I keep forgetting to write things out for them, but I can just come up with stuff.
Yeah. They're right here, this card.
I do indeed exist.
Hooray!
You do exist. Rida, after the fight and after the cry that you have had with Leon, you feel physically and emotionally exhausted, which I'm gonna bet you're not used to.
No. They're kind of used to like physical fatigue, but they're fine pushing through that. Mental exhaustion is something a bit, not new, but not something they've experienced for a long while.
Sorry, I like your little token thing. I had to play with it.
Thank you.
Eventually, Leon has to hold you at an arm's length to part the embrace. It's still raining out. It's very dark aside from the moonlight. Well, we should probably get inside before the medics give us a tongue lashing like they always did.
Rida sort of wipes away any remaining like tears from their face and does a slow nod. And they do rise to their feet, although they stumble a bit, to their surprise, not fully realizing how tired they were until they stood up and nearly fell over.
Luckily, Leon is there to catch you. He might have been beaten to heck and back, but they've always been reliable that way. And it's around this time that the both of you notice the crowd of rebels, knights, squires, etc. that had been watching the whole thing going on and placing bets. Some of them still just sort of shuffling coins into pouches. and they notice the both of you will return and do an absolutely terrible job of trying to look innocent. Leon just rolls his eyes and helps you inside past the crowd.
Ryder does a little scoff and just sort of whispers so only Leon can hear. I bet I made someone very wealthy, considering the odds.
If not for your cheap tricks, I would have won. They smirk.
After all the times I've lost to you, I'll take a win, even with cheap tricks.
You've more than earned it, my friend. But there's not going to be any rest for me. And they bring you through the hall past, like, the doors to the barracks that you are familiar with. They seem almost entirely unchanged. But they'll gesture inside one of the barracks rooms. It's not very becoming of someone who's helped save the kingdom, but it's a place to rest, if you want. It's not like I have my own room. Being the Captain Penitent doesn't come with that kind of benefit. As they smile wryly, finally getting the word.
I'll humbly accept any offering of hospitality. Any's more than I feel I deserve, but enough of that. I am a lot more tired than I'd expect to be. If you need any assistance with anything, though, feel free to stop by and maybe call upon me if need be. Or if you just feel as you wish to catch up, that'd also be acceptable.
I'd like that. There's a lot that needs to be done, but it's not going to happen all at once. It's going to be chaos for a little bit. I don't know when she's going to wake up. I just know that she's going to. Ryda, you can give me the first roll of this game. Go ahead and give me an insight contest perform.
All right. So that's 12. I'm on it.
With your newfound understanding of emotions, as little as that is, Leon does not look all that confident or sound in the idea that Artemisia is going to wake up. It looks a lot like he's saying that to convince himself.
Ryder takes note of this, and the thought has crossed their mind too, but they push away the thought, expressing, Our queen's the strongest I've ever met, and stronger than most. I have no doubt she'll wake.
Yes. He nods, folding his lower set of arms. Yes. We've had faith in hers this long. We can't stop now. The castle and its grounds is yours to wander. I don't think anyone will stop you. But in case they do, and he moves to the crest that he has, similar to the other knight's penitent. It's just a bit more elaborate. He breaks it out of the crystal that had been affixing it to his person, which looks like it was a bit painful to do, and holds it out to you.
Ryda looks at it, and their immediate thought is, I can't accept this. But before they retort, they look up at him and just closes their mouth and takes it from his hand and gives a nod.
I may be paying penance for what I've done, but even a penitent knight can hold sway. Just show anyone who gives you trouble that. Just try to give it back before you leave. And they sort of brighten up a little bit, just lightening up slightly.
Ryda nods. And here I thought you were giving me a memento. They say jokingly.
We'll see. I feel like there are more useful things I could give you than a slab of metal and rock.
I thought that's partly what you were.
That's funny.
Their eyelids slide lower into a bit of a look. And as they just sort of lift one of their arms, looking over it, and of course, like the crystals all over the shackles and everything. You have a point, but you forgot meat.
That is true. How poor of my assessment.
They flash a toothy grin, a pair of hands on their hips, the other two hands just sort of held out and open as they begin backpedaling away from you. Hey, thinking with my fists instead of my head got me wins every time but one.
I can't deny that. My intellect wasn't stronger than your brawn. But it seems that's changed. And I don't plan on losing to you again.
I guess that just means I need to get more clever.
And I need to get more stronger.
Leon turns to walk away towards the main bulk of the castle. Because he's right. There is much that needs to be done. People need to be told. Efforts organized. In your mind, you already know. The recovery of this kingdom is going to be a long and arduous one. But it is a recovery.
Rita lingers in the hall, watching as he disappears around the corner and just stands there by themselves for a minute. Until they eventually decide to head into the room and shut the door behind them.
Well, it is a fairly standard barracks room. There's something like 9 bunks on each side. It's enough to cram probably twice as many in this room, if necessary. Not comfortably, but you would know all about that, at least in memory. But Rita has been given free rein. Though I expect, tired as they are, they probably don't feel like walking much further.
Mm-hmm. They're probably just gonna scan the room before just choosing any of the beds and tossing themselves back against it. And just letting their body finally relax and feeling the weight of everything come crashing down on them with exhaustion.
Give me a dexterity survival athletic -4.
Alright.
We've reached the point where sleeping requires a roll.
No, I got reasons.
Oh no, am I gonna squish someone?
No. But new body who dis, you go to flop into this bed, and you fail to account for your wings and tail. As you flop back into the... Luckily you didn't flop forward, because then your spike would have gotten caught in it. But you flop back into this bed. One wing gets pinned underneath you. The other one gets caught at an odd angle, awkwardly. Your tail twists and flops, somehow getting underneath what meager mattress this bunk you flopped in is. And then you feel one of your horns puncture the pillow. But you are on the bed!
Rita just sort of tenses up, wincing, as they just contort their body against this bed, and their eyes immediately dart around the room to see if anyone is around to see this.
You're in luck. There is nobody in this barracks room. It is empty. Your secret is safe.
Seeing that no one's around, Rita kind of just lets out a sigh and a slight chuckle to themselves before trying to refix themselves on the bed a bit more comfortably. Getting used to laying properly with wings and a tail and horns.
It's a bit weird, because you got used to having to lay down with your curlia horns, which weren't all that bad. They were rounded, although the crack parts were a bit sensitive. This is a whole other beast, because you now have 3 additional limbs and are far more angular than you used to be. And eventually you settle into this at least semi-comfortable position onto your side, where you're not tearing up the pillow with a horn. Your wings aren't super compressed in a way that's uncomfortable. And you manage to just let your tail flop on the floor because there's just not enough room for it. But it's not twisted up, so there's that.
With that, Ryda does a bit of a glance down at their clawed hands, letting out a sigh and just closing their eyes as they think to themselves that this is going to take some getting used to.
And it occurs to you as you begin to sort of drift vaguely on ebbing waves of exhaustion towards sleep, that it's one thing to fight in a body using your instincts, or to be guided by a higher force like Eternatus for a purpose. It's another to just live in this body that you've, oddly enough, chosen for yourself. This body is a accumulation of your choices, your goals, and the purpose that you have assigned yourself. It is a reflection of you. And is that not beautiful in its own way?
It is a very nice sentiment, one that definitely brings a smile to Ryda's face, as well as my own.
Something shower thoughts, but in bed. Right. This means we get to bounce back to Ralph, because otherwise it's certain NPCs, and you don't need to see what they're doing.
Oh, did you say a song change?
No. I'd say we're bouncing back to Ralph.
Okay, sorry, I missed her.
I'm very bouncy.
We can. Actually, yeah, we can move on to events 253. I'm feeling lazy. We're going to be on events 2 a lot.
Sure, why not? It's easier to access, so.
The office is lit by candles made from some obscure wax or tallow that Ralph is not familiar with. They aren't marked with arcane sigils or anything like that, but they are kind of fancy looking. And you and Zaid are sort of poring over his various tomes. He has a great deal of knowledge, but even someone as wizened as he is needs reference material when he's going to do work. So, why don't you give me, Ralph, oh, goodness, what would be a good one? Give me a smart logic. A smart logic etiquette. Unless you'd like to pitch me a different specialty.
That's not bad.
Pretty good.
Nice.
So, in the first hour or so, you and Zaid managed to decipher a couple of lines in the scroll. Zaid is having you focus on that rather than the relic, because that's a little more esoteric and might require tools that he would have to retrieve. The scroll, at least by the first couple lines, seems to be almost kind of like a poetic recounting, like an epic or a folktale told in poetic prose.
Like a psalm?
Kind of. Not necessarily religious in nature, or at least not yet. You've only deciphered a couple lines. But Sage has begun pointing out to you, at least under the assumption that you know basically that what magic is,
Yeah.
since you were able to use the staff. He begins pointing out spots where. Thank you, Odyssey. Thank you. I was missing words. My vocabulary needs a buff. But he begins pointing out sequences of words and how they are written, and how on this particular scroll they are underscored with additional small glyphs. Kind of like someone has written this, but also translated it into an arcane script as well, underneath it.
So, this is a poem and a spell.
Indeed. This is actually quite common over in the Mist Continent. In fact, originally, bards and skalds used to write in arcane script for the lyrics of their songs. A bard's book of music was just as potent as any sorcerer or wizard's. Just a bit more
Rhymy. Toot magic flute.
a decent enough way to put it. Magic exists.
Oh, sorry, what?
I said I'll giggle at that as he continues.
I mean, he's a good sport about it. He's being academic, and he's got a bit of a sense of humor. When you're that old, you kind of have to.
Magic exists in a lot of forms. As Pokemon, we naturally possess power, energy that flows through us, or the ability to manipulate it in many forms. You've seen Leon, right? Early Machamp, probably wearing manacles.
Yeah. I beat him up real good in our fight. Yeah, he got better though.
Impressive. Brains and brawn. My, whoever fancies you has quite a catch. In a way, what Pokemon can do naturally is already magic. Even our physical prowess is downright impressive sometimes. But in some ways, it's also just nature expressing itself. There are those that choose to focus on the path of nature. Maybe their adherence to Xerneas, or perhaps, like our kingdom, followers of Kyogre and Groudon, who bear in them the concepts of the sea and land. Having a firm grasp of fundamental concepts is key to making at least basic magics. The more esoteric stuff, that requires a lot more math than I like to admit.
And they,
I'm gonna nod at that, because I have memory of technologies that may as well be magic, that basically are lots and lots of math happening all at once.
Interesting that.
Well, I don't know if how far I have the words to put that into words. Actually, the more esoteric stuff requiring math, it'll take a bit for Ralph to form the words as he like opens his mouth. It's like, yeah, when you sufficiently, advanced enough, and he like moves his hand. Invention technology is kind of magic in a way. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you weren't, like, if you didn't know how it worked.
A fair point, often made by other scholars, and I myself subscribe to it. After all, our ancestors could never have dreamed of building a castle like this.
As they sweep an arm up just towards the ceiling of their office, and as you follow that motion up, you see that the ceiling of this office in the dark is painted in constellations. With this, under the candlelight, the yellow paint used for these constellations almost sort of gleams like gold, just a little bit, against the dark of the slightly rounded ceiling.
And now we have ships, and vessels, and kingdoms. Things that those who came before us could never have thought of.
A nod. Yep. And all of it, a fair bit more math required than you would think at a glance.
Exactly. Why, we dragons bear a gift and a curse. It's a curse to go through life for hundreds and hundreds of years. We make many friends, and we watch them pass. We see stories. We see towns build and rot away. We see kingdoms expand and recede. But we get to watch everything change. And that's wonderful. If we don't wallow and stagnate like I know many still do, we can take a moment to appreciate the world around us and that we still get to participate in it if we let ourselves.
And they pull a relatively thick, kind of dusty tome from one of their shelves.
Yeah. And yeah, as if almost looking past him, I'll recount. Yeah, it's important to interact with the world and not let, the pursuit of furthering knowledge or furthering progress dominate one's entire life. I might have first-hand experience with that. But I've learned to stop and enjoy the world every now and then.
It's important. I know many a young scholar that has locked themselves away in the library for days on end, up until Artemisia had them dunked into the shoreline, since they needed a bath.
Oh, what have you got there?
This. I know we're procrastinating a little bit, but I'd have till tomorrow for this to get done, at least.
They pat the book, and like there's little mini dust clouds that come up when he pats it.
happens to be an arithmetic ciphertext used for arcane formulae.
Ah, back where I came from, we used to call those a cheat sheet.
Well, I don't know if you'd quite call this a cheat sheet, and the spine of the book cracks loudly as like the bindings creak. Same with this old leather cover as they open it up and these old pages rustle. And I need you... No, you would know this. You would absolutely know this. You see machine code on these pages.
Ooh, I feel like my eyes would narrow at that.
It's old and faded, and like some of the numbers are missing. Like this is a fairly old book, but it's
Is this like a human era book?
Give me a smart logic nature. And while you're doing that, welcome, Kyrio. It's good to have you.
Hey, Kyrio.
I hope your trip went well.
Yeah.
Also going to preempt, I understand if you cannot voice.
Yeah. Just catch you by breath, he says. Take your time.
Yeah. No rush. This is going to be a very chill session. So Ralph, this thing is covered in dust. It's old and creaking. This text might be something like 100, 200 years old. But you're pretty sure it's this dusty because Zaid doesn't bring it out that often.
Yeah, 100, 200 years old wouldn't make it old enough to be from the time of humans.
Yeah. And the thing is, if this book came from somewhere, it would had to have been like if it was human era, it would have to have been transported with an immense amount of care so that it didn't just disintegrate in transit.
Yeah. I mean, there's the possibility that it was transcribed from a human era book.
That is
like
possible.
years.
That is entirely possible. But all you know...
Years of maybe something. That's good.
But from what you can glean right now, as Zaid is just sort of lightly flipping through the pages, is that all of this is just machine code. Which is kind of weird, because all machine code is like letters and numbers. But Zaid is currently talking to you about this book as though all of the lines of machine code in this is spells. Like magic that he could cast if he decided to.
That's amazing.
Mind you. And he pauses, just sort of leaving it open on the desk as he gesticulates a bit. This is not the easiest to read, but once you start understanding how they link together here and there, it becomes a bit easier to get the fundamentals of other formulae down. This is old math. Old math magic. Newer math magic is easier to understand, but it's so much less potent. I remember...
I'll not... Yeah.
Sorry.
Not at that... Oh, yes. the more granular the level of instructions, the more exact the more exact the command can be.
Indeed. But it requires more work on your part. It's why more modern arcane formulae are faster. It's not as though you're trying to incant something that takes 20 minutes and then you create an arcane construct that lasts for 2. I'm not joking. I had to do that once. Not fun. But if you do it right, it's a lot more potent than that. But I remember my own teacher gave me this long ago. And I hated reading it. But I'm grateful I did. And it's a fine memento. And they gently nudge the book towards Ralph.
I'll look down at it and comment. So, I'm pretty sure I actually understand what's written here.
When you look up from the book, you can see that Zaid is smiling in a sort of...
Like a knowing smile?
It's this sort of gentle, warm expression of almost like an older mentor. The candlelight sort of casts off their eyes in a way that makes them seem more familiar to you than they are. Fascinating indeed. Well, I won't expect a demonstration, but whether or not you will be here long, perhaps you could spend some time with this book. And if it behooves you, take it with you. But I mean, if you're too nervous carrying around a couple century-year-old tome. And they pull open a drawer in their desk, revealing like a huge, thick stack of paper. I have plenty of scribing supplies.
Yeah, I look thoughtful for a moment. You know, I think I've linked them plenty of my notes. So, yeah, I think, yeah, we're gonna try this, and yeah, so I think I will like sit and transcribe as much of that as I can.
Okay. We'll have you do 2 rolls. Let's do a I guess a vitality survival athletic or a vitality contest perform. They're basically the same, but
Yeah, they're the same.
Yeah, to see how long you're able to stay up.
Yeah, first endurance. Ooh, damn. I'm really interested in this.
Tonight's rolls
All
have
right.
been pretty solid.
You are just eschewing sleep, it seems. Alright. And then we're going to go for a smart logic
Yeah, smart logic, perform. To see how much you transcribe.
Hey, let's see here. What the big number is? I don't
That's
like that.
that's still a 3.
I probably should have set these rolls to be good tonight.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't predict danger, so I'm gonna add that.
Okie dokie. Much better. All
There's
right.
consistency.
So at first, Ralph, you're fairly tired, and as you're starting to try transcribing these things, using a quill and inkwell that Zaid provides, your first page doesn't go all that well. You slip and just a streak of ink completely ruins the first page.
Bleh.
Yeah, it's a little discouraging, I imagine, but Zaid lights a new candle and briefly leaves the office as you begin again. And he'll come back a couple minutes later with a pot of some coffee. It smells slightly aromatic. The pot is this nice blue ceramic thing that's painted with like some sort of traditional motif of like the water or the ocean and sort of like underwater vents. And he pours you a cup of this coffee. Doesn't even really bother you otherwise as he returns to his own work of trying to decipher the scroll. And like 2 to 3 hours in, it's very late by then. And Zaid is yawning, and they sort of lean back in their chair, which creaks, and they make a few idle motions, muttering a few things, and then their chair seemingly must morph in some way because it starts rocking slowly back and forth when it couldn't do that before. And they just pass out. They refuse to leave you alone doing what you were doing, even though they were tired. And so good old Scholar Zaid has passed out in their office so that if you need help, you can always poke them.
Very nice, very nice.
And I would say on a roll of 2 7s, up until the dawn breaks in the morning, you are scribing down as many pages of this text for your own use as you can. All of this arcane script machine code until in the barest hint of light cresting the horizon, and you're all hunched over this desk without even having realized it, your head getting heavier and heavier until you scribe the last letter number combination on the bottom right corner of your current page, and there's a very soft thump as you pass out.
Nice.
So, this is actually a good time for me to recap because everybody's asleep. So, for Kyrio's sake, brief recap. We went over the end of the fight last session, as well as the fact that efforts to get things in order are underway. Right now, things are still kind of chaotic, but they aren't as chaotic as they really could have been if this had been like a truly bloody sort of revolution. As far as anyone knows right now, Artemisia has not awoken, but Tucker spent every moment they could in the past night using moonlight to heal as many of the injured as they could till they needed to sleep, which I'm sure Tucker would have liked being like given a blanket and set at the foot of Brooke's bed, but no, Tucker has been given their own bed. Yes, Tucker's not done anything yet this session, unfortunately.
That's fine.
But that's okay. You passed out first, which means you get to wake up first. You get to witness things nobody else does. Whereas for Ryda has reconnected with their old friend and at the time, way back when, fellow squire Leon, who is the Machamp, through combat, of course, because why not? They had a cry, and they had a talk together, and Leon gave them their crest as the Captain Penitent, so Ryda now has free reign of the castle and castle grounds to go basically anywhere, if they so wish. But Ryda was too emotionally exhausted and is not used to that, so they went and collapsed in a barracks bunk and quickly found out, oh, this new body has quirks. But they got themselves comfortable. And Ralph has returned Queen Sting into the protection of Scholar's Aid, and has also spent the entire night up until the dawn with Zaid doing like smart person things, doing big magic study. As dawn breaks over the kingdom of Kyodon, it is a new day. It is a new era for this kingdom on the cliffside and its shores. And the people don't quite understand why it's different yet. Why the air feels a little clearer. Why the crystals no longer glow the way they used to. But for many of those outside the castle who do not yet know, life goes on. The baker gets up early to make rolls. The fishermen and women go out on their skiffs to get the morning catch. The apothecary tends to their garden. And in the castle grounds, knights and rebels alike work together to clean up the mess that has been left behind from this brief conflict. Background dog. And Tucker, you spent so much of your energy last night so quickly. You were fighting, and then you were running around gathering as much medicine from the townsfolk as you could, as quickly as you could. And then you spent everything else you had left healing the injured as quickly as you could. And you wake up in one of the medical bay, or medical wings, beds. And through the windows is the pale light of dawn.
I think Tucker will immediately just sort of scope the environment and get a feel for if things have calmed down by now in this medical wing as he wakes up.
So, first off, go ahead and restore half of your will.
Okay.
Things are not as cacophonous as they were last night. But there is still much movement going on throughout the medical wing, if nowhere else. Many of the injured and patients are still sleeping. But the Medicaid, sorry, words failing the storyteller briefly. Sorry, everyone. The Medicaid and Kyrogians are still moving around and hard at work. It's a different set than the ones that you saw previously. For instance, you're surprised to see another Ariados out in the wild, metaphorically speaking. This one seems to be mostly using their silk to sort of sew up wounds or restitch or otherwise bandage here and there. Very light, very gentle touch. This one's got a somewhat more like a darker red, almost brown kind of orby body compared to the more standard, elegant one of the seamstress.
Oh.
But on that note, they also kind of look friendlier by default.
That's actually a very valuable Pokemon to have in such a situation, because they would make good bandages and stuff. Even if they're a little creepy to some. I see the reaction to the chat.
And they're not accompanied by Spinarak, but they are accompanied by a couple of a trio of plant Pokemon, like an Oddish, an Ivysaur, and a Bellsprout, that are also helping them.
I feel like Tucker's first instinct would be to get out of bed and continue to help, but as he does get slowly out of the cot he was in, he feels achy, and he knows that he would just pass out again if he continued to push himself.
As you get out of the cot, aside from realizing that you are starving because you haven't eaten in a great while, you also notice that Deadeye is slumped over, passed out, with Brooke.
Aw,
And Lyre is just sort of a loaf at the foot of the bed, being Lyre.
like a cat.
Yep, they are being Deerloaf.
Tucker will give a warm smile, feeling a little more relaxed just seeing the two cuddling, kind of incidentally like they are. Tucker elects to sort of quietly slink out of the medical ward, knowing that since he's probably a little too tired to help, it's best that he just clear the bed and the area. And also, his stomach rumbles. He probably needs to go look for something to eat.
If anything, the sound of your stomach growling is the loudest thing in the room, which does draw a little attention briefly. So you leave the infirmary sort of area, and this early, there's really not a lot of work that's being done, at least on the castle itself. You don't see many Pokemon that are currently out and about. You don't even hear the telltale sound of anything going on in the kitchens right now. It's that early. But luckily, the main entrance is clear. All the rubble has been either piled, inside or outside, away from the entryway, so that what can be salvaged and reused will be.
Tucker still doesn't really know his way around the kingdom per se, but he will probably head outside that cleared gate and see if there is... It does seem to be too early for most places that would make food to be making it, but all the same, he does have a nose he can follow, and maybe he can find somebody he could buy a morning breakfast off of or something.
Off into the town you go. So, unless you would like to try something else, give me an Insight Survival Alert check.
Seems good to me. Following the nose. Nose is tired too.
That's okay. The town looks different in the morning like this. Even with all of the damaged and crystallized buildings, especially in the inner castle town, it's almost serene. There's the distant sound of waves below the cliffside, and the general ambient noise of a town waking up in the morning. So you wander around looking for a place to just get something to eat.
Though a bit sore and exhausted, Tucker sort of takes his time, a leisurely gait, one that feels more refreshing to take than at all further tiring, as he just breathes a nice, honestly pretty good sea air and such. His stomach does demand food, but he can take his time with that.
Bonjour. Did you want to do anything in particular while looking around? Because there are Pokemon around.
Yeah. He would probably, as he's walking, he would try to stay to busier streets just to see if there is a business along the way that could possibly be opening as he walks. But barring that, he would probably approach somebody that doesn't look too busy and ask them what sort of places might be available for food soon.
You may give me your choice of social stat and contest etiquette, which, oh my gosh, that's your best social role.
I'm a social character. Let's see, contest, etiquette, and I suppose inside to pick somebody who might look like they are a foodie or know the restaurants in the area. So inside, I'd say. Or you said social stats, so smart.
Okay.
Gosh, it'd be funny as hell if they'd intimidate. Like, listen here, buddy.
Where's the food, buddy?
Stomach growls loudly, where food?
Where food? Stomach growls ominously.
Alrighty. So, the Pokemon you come across, Tucker, for some reason recognizes you, even though you don't necessarily recognize them. They act very familiar with you for some reason, and are quite excited to see you. Like, oh wow, it's you. Okay, yeah, right this way. And they, like, if they could take your paw to lead you on, they would, but instead, they just start leading you down the street to a grocer's. Where you'll be able to get at least some vegetables, as well as berries, and maybe a couple of other fruits like apple.
At this point, I don't think Tucker would really mind what he ate as long as he filled his belly. He's a little embarrassed by the somewhat celebrity-ish action of this Pokemon that he evidently feels embarrassed that he doesn't recognize back, but he's very grateful to them and gives them a very big thank you as he ponders what to get at this grocer. Let's see, how much monies? Do I have the monies? Do I have money? That's a good question, actually.
Oh goodness, you have no money.
I didn't realize I was poor.
Yeah, you have no money. I forget what you used all your money on. You used all your money on something. So when you go to this grocer and you try to get, like, I don't know, at least the ingredients for food, and you realize you have no money, something weird happens. It's not that this sorry, braining Pokemon right now.
It's okay, I'm having a braining day too.
It's not that this Empoleon that has been leading you around is paying for you, or that the grocer is paying for you. They just give you a bag of groceries.
Tucker's reaction to the first help was, oh, I guess I just don't recognize it. This is nice. When the grocer also participates in being this, like, generous, Tucker finds that a little strange, but is still very appreciative.
And before you have a chance to do much else, the Empoleon is already directing you to follow them to some other store that's like a block over in this town.
Tucker is quite confused, but he goes along with it. Admittedly, the groceries would probably do a decent job filling him up, but at the same time, he feels really hungry, and, well, even if it's not food, he's interested where the Napoleon is taking him, so he goes along.
As you're going along, there's this knackle stack that, for those who don't know what knackle stack is, it's the big salt golem from Scarlet and Violet. Is just sort of slowly shuffling their way down the street, and the Napoleon is just going to lead you underneath them, and this knackle stack gives you a very slow wave, as though they have seen you?
Once is unusual, twice is strange, but now Tucker looks a little caught off guard by just how much attention and familiarity he's getting.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me an insight survival, either logic or instinct, to your choice.
Okay. Papa have a 12th or twin. Instinct. Still a little clueless, I think.
You get the feeling that you must have met at least some of these Pokemon before. You're just not sure where. Like, you're thinking on the last 48 hours, and it's been a blur. You could barely put a face to an individual Pokemon that is not someone that you have been regularly in contact with for a long time.
It's been a whirlwind of Pokemon scene lately, yeah.
And this goes on a couple times. First it's the grocer, then it's the baker, then it's a butcher. And the Napoleon almost, like, kicks down the door to the apothecary.
Oh no, we are using tomato rolls.
To which the apothecary throws a pot at the Empoleon's head, which the Empoleon ducks and it narrowly misses. And they shout about not having any more herbs. They already gave you all their herbs. They need to grow more. And that takes time. And the Napoleon just, like, holds their arms out and slowly backs up.
At this point, with all these visits, fruits, veggies, meats, and breads, it's good thing that Myenas have such strong jaws, because Tucker has carried an awful lot of stuff in his mouth at this point. Holding bag handles or satchel edges to just carry all this stuff. It's a little tiring, but he doesn't mind. He's getting it for free after all, basically.
Yeah, you aren't being asked to pay for any of it. And you do have your ribbon arms. Your ribbon arms can hold stuff.
That's true. They're probably helping a little bit, but the mouth's the least. It's so much at this point that some has to be held in the mouth, probably. Or stuffed into available bag space, I suppose.
On your way back towards the castle, and the Napoleon's just coming with you. Like, they're just following. Like, the moment you decide, okay, this is enough, like, I should really go back, the Napoleon just decides to go with you.
Tucker accepts this. I mean, they did something or other to help them out. He still doesn't quite understand what's going on, but yeah, they're welcome to come along.
Yeah, and the Napoleon's super chipper. And they don't... You've gotten a good look at them over time, because they've been dragging you around for a good 30 minutes. which is still really fast for a big old walk around town. They don't look like they've been infected with crystal until there's this light from the rising sun that passes down a street between two blocks of buildings, and it catches on this almost translucent violet crystal that's... It almost looks like it sprouted from a sword wound that goes from their shoulder down to about the middle of their torso. And as you were returning to the castle with your obtained goods, chat, give me a second stage Pokemon.
You heard it, chat. Second stage.
Should have done this earlier. It's fine. I see a Vibrava. Also, Mullen might be right. I think Knucklestack might be the quadrupedal one, but it's fine.
Quadrupeds can wave, they just have to raise a forepaw. Or whatever they have as a forepaw. Knucklestack has a cube paw, they can do that, they can wave with that.
Oh, right. The final stages are Garganical. I'm gonna stick with Knucklestack. We'll go with Thwacky, which I know is the second stage of the Grass Monkey. You're approached by an older, grass simian-looking Pokemon that's using this sort of blocky wooden stick as a walking stick, and they ask you if their granddaughter is okay. Completely unprompted. And you can get another insight, or sorry, another smart survival either, and this time it has to be logic.
Yeah. Okay, let's try it.
And I would apologize to everyone that I'm just doing everyone one at a time, but it will be okay.
Slightly better with logic, but not much better.
That's fine.
That's appropriate, actually.
You're starting to piece it together. You don't quite remember all the faces, but you do remember that you went out last night in the dead of night in rain and moonlight to get medical supplies for injured soldiers, injured knights, injured rebels. Either these Pokemon you've been encountering are the ones you got supplies from, or word has been spreading around town about what you were doing.
And of course, the healing. Tucker starts to piece it together. After that battle, everything he did after that was still running off the adrenaline from that big, gnarly fight. And truthfully, while he was trying to help as many people as possible, it was a blur. He wasn't paying full attention to who was doing what. He was just trying to simply provide help to a group. And thus, he does feel a bit embarrassed, but starts to understand that some of the people he was helping were either relatives or directly the people that have been being nice to him this morning. So, to the response to the question, Tucker sort of meekly says, "I'm sorry. It's been such a whirlwind lately. I assume she's one that I've helped."
She went to go storm the castle with you. I haven't heard anything back. But I feared muchly when you came running last night, begging everyone, every door for medicine. A lot of us here feared the worst. We aren't being allowed in the castle, so the least we could do is send what we can.
And from this leaf shawl that they've got going on, they pull out a the kind of tin. It's the cookie tin that is famous for also being used for holding sewing supplies.
Oh, yeah.
And they add that to the rest of everything that is piled into whatever grip you have.
Tucker accepts it gratefully and expresses, "We did have casualties last night. Yesterday. I am not sure. I can't honestly say if she is safe or not, but I can check."
You're very sweet. Thank you, dearie. And it's better to know than to not. Whatever happened, it feels like things have changed. For the better, it looks like.
Tucker nods and says, "I hope so too. We're doing what we can. It's complicated, and I'm sure that a Pokemon more important than me will probably give a addressing of this publicly. But we're doing everything we can to improve this kingdom."
Oh, I've heard that before. I think this kingdom has had enough dressing downs for a lifetime. It needs more good mons like you.
And the little old thwacky smiles and just thuck, thuck, thuck begins tapping her way down the street.
Tucker feels a bit warm to that comment. And we'll continue back to the castle.
Right then. We are going to proceed. Brooke, you and Rida will be the next to awaken. Brooke, you wake up and Deadeye is like a quarter slumped on top of you. They're still somehow seated in the chair they were sitting next to you in before. But they passed out, keeping an eye on you. Well... Oh, you're right. He's dying now.
Was that wasn't in the recap? I was trying to ask, was that something that Brooke coined, or was it saying that
That
I
is
coined
something
last
that
time?
Brooke coined.
Okay. Yeah, Brooke's good at nicknames.
Deadeye is now Dyne. Dyne. And I believe that Dyne accepted it in the most roundabout way possible, as is normal for them. But basically alluded to they would not have taken a name from anyone else. And while Brooke responds, Rita, you awaken in the barracks. Thankfully, you have not rolled yourself off the bed unconsciously due to attempting to stretch your wings or anything. So there's that.
Why am I imagining Ryder waking up to themselves, like, curled on a pillow of sorts, like a dragon laying on a hoard of gold?
Well, you have sort of like clung onto the pillow and are sort of partially curled around it, but the barracks bunks are too cramped for you to actually get that going. But you wake up and the bunks are sort of half full with Pokemon that are still snoozing. There's one or two that are just waking up themselves and getting up groggily to do whatever it is that needs to be done. But you were passed out so hard you didn't even notice that all these Pokemon came in.
Which is rare for Ryder. They're usually very alert when they're going to sleep.
Yep. And about a third of the beds are empty, so you didn't even stir when a couple of them left. Brooke
Yes,
will...
Go ahead. Do Brooke first.
Okay. Brooke will blink awake, start to sit up, but freeze when he feels Dyne laying on him. Looks around, getting his bearings before deciding to settle back down and wait. Maybe someone will pop in eventually and let him know what happened. Which is adorable, and also, I mean, Tucker's coming back to the castle. Surely Tucker will check back in on you, and it won't just be Liar who would absolutely allow this to continue for way too long.
Tucker may not immediately go back there, though, actually. I just realized what he's going to do all that food.
I'm aware. But yes, please proceed, Rita.
Rita would wake up, do a bit of a big stretch before getting out of bed, looking around the barracks to see the other Mons either sleeping or getting up themselves. And then they'll head out the barracks, looking down the halls to eventually walk their way back to their queen's bedchamber, just to check to see if anything's changed, asking the guards posted on how she's doing.
The guards posted are not the same ones that Ralph encountered. Leon was having them go in shifts, like a smart captain. They inform Rida that a previous shift of guards last night encountered a Snorlax that had the Queen's sword on them, and they told him to take it to Zaid, which these two guards shrug and are like, well, there really wasn't a better way to handle that. But they do notice the crest in your possession. So they are much more at ease talking to you than they otherwise would be, especially because you are a bit intimidating by default. However, aside from that, these guards do apprise Rida that each shift has been checking in on the Queen, and she has not awakened yet. The Physiker that was escorted in by Leon last night has reported that she is stable.
That's good, at least. Rida would thank them for the information, and from there they politely just head away and try and follow the lead they got, considering now they want to check up on their party, and a Snorlax with a sword they probably shouldn't have is the exact recipe for Ralph, so they're gonna go check on Zaid.
Excellent. I will say, just so you know above the table, the crest would give you free access to the Queen's room.
I feel as though even if Rida was offered, they would not want to step foot in that room until she is awake, and she specifically requests to see Rida. Otherwise, Rida's just gonna ask the status and then be on their way.
Yes, those feelings are a problem for future Rida.
Mm-hmm. They want to make sure their queen's okay, but they can't face her yet.
Yes, past Rida. That is indeed a problem for future Rida. Alright, so you're going off to Zaid's office.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Nobody stops you, of course. You are able to pass by a groggy patrol of soldiers that are going up and down the halls. It seems like Nihilith and Leon are still having patrols going around, trying to keep everything in order, because who knows if somebody's going to get an idea in their head.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get to Zaid's office, and Zaid is there in their chair that is automatically rocking itself due to some sort of spell or another. Their head is like conked back, like complete noodle over the back of it, over the back headrest, snoring, perhaps a little loudly, and Ralph is collapsed on the desk, passed out right now.
Rida would quietly enter the room, walk over to Ralph and where he slumped over, and just sort of skim what they can of what Ralph was doing.
Skimming what Zaid was doing or what Ralph was doing?
Ralph, for right now.
Okay. I need a smart contest logic.
Okay.
You will need to roll high.
Cool, smart content.
Let's see how many dice is that. Let's see.
$13 dice.
Okay.
Oh man, this rolls good.
It's actually a good. Well, it's not
I
the best
mean,
roll, but it's a good number of
That's
dice.
pretty smart.
That's not too unsmart.
I'm going to just assume you have lucky chant up, so that's a 6.
Always.
Yeah, always. It's like
It's my
guidance.
daily routine. I just wake up, say a lucky chant to myself, and go about my day.
I think it's so routine for you. You like chant it in your sleep just to keep it active. Sleep chanting.
Yeah, it's like guidance. You just gotta have it. Anyway. There's a very old book by Ralph's side, and a stack of papers that he's kind of partially like sleeping on. Thankfully for Ralph, he's not like drooling on them, so they aren't being messed up. There's the cerulean bone as well as the scroll that you wanted deciphered. And it looks like Zaid was working on deciphering the scroll for you. Ralph is transcribing the book. And you only recall Zaid pulling out that book once or twice during studies. And neither you nor Leon had the head for what was in this book. To you, it was just eldritch nonsense at the time. But now that you're older and have had much more experience with knowledge, especially with the library, you recognize that the symbology in that book, what Ralph has been transcribing, is a very old form of arcane formulas. And Ralph is transcribing it more densely on his pages than it is in the book. It's more like Ralph is fitting maybe 2.5 pages from the book onto one of his own pages.
Oh, condensed.
He's writing it that small. I would say off the top of your head, at the moment, you wouldn't have any idea what Ralph could be doing with that, but it's also Ralph. He might just be doing it because he likes to learn things. But it is magic, which is something that you are also quite into. You just happen to be more into alchemy.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ryda's interest is piqued, even though at a glance they can't fully wrap their head around what's going on. Ralph has some clue to it, so Ryda would get a piece of paper and whatever writing utensil Ralph left and just sort of write a little note that says, Ryda was here. Teach me about this later.
Excellent, excellent.
Just a little castle graffiti.
Let me guess, you lay it on top of Ralph's head?
They wouldn't leave it on top of Ralph's head. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, I need a roll for this. Just to see if Ryda would do this, because I mentioned it before, but Ryda, before losing all of their memory and stuff, their personality was a bit of a little shit, we'll say. Okay. I will roll a doom die.
Oh, a doom die.
We'll say high is Rita does something, low is they don't.
Well,
Well,
The dice have spoken.
so Rita, after writing their message, just sort of looks at the sleeping Ralph and sort of gets a bit of an idea, considering how Ralph has, let's say, done some mischievous things to Rita in the past. Rita will take one of the sheets, because I imagine they're all stacked together properly and stuff.
Yes.
Rita will take a sheet from the top, flip through a couple, and then slide it into somewhere random in the middle.
that is the meanest thing.
That's so rude. Oh. Man, that's like having a line of code that's in a wrong spot, and then you have to sift through thousands of lines of code to find it. Oh, that's so rude. I love it. Well, okay, it's
Just
not
something
thousands.
slightly malicious.
It's not
Consider a
bad.
payback for the time Rita got jump scared by Ralph back at the mansion.
Because
Hey,
now
but-
I'm just thinking about going up to a programmer while he's asleep by his computer and just scrolling up 2 or 3 scrolls at the scroll wheel and hit the semicolon button one time and then scroll back to where it was.
That's don't please, everyone in the audience, do not do that. That is a way to make an enemy for life. Don't do that, please.
I do like Tubby's response, though. It's very much game recognizes game.
Yeah, it's super funny, but also don't do that. You will drive them insane.
I'd be so pissed.
But yeah, after that little bit of mischief, Rita will leave Ralph alone now, and seeing as Zayd is asleep, Rita also would not want to disturb him, so they'll head out and probably head towards, I believe they knew where Brooke was being taken to be healed.
Yes, they would be in the medical wing.
Yeah, they would head there next to check on Brooke, since that is the other party member they know the location of.
I need to stand and stretch briefly and also use a tissue. So,
Understandable.
like, everyone stand, get water, use the bathroom very quickly. I will be right back.
Okay.
The other idea I had for Rita doing something malicious to Ralph is sort of doing the drawing on your face while you're asleep thing. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, Rita is smarter and more sophisticated than just drawing on your face. No, they'll mess with you in a way that is a lot more mentally taxing by just shuffling a piece of paper. I'm gonna recheck because I know a lot of people are speculating on Rita's stuff, and I just have not been reading it.
Well, I just got back because I did decide to heat that and do something, not AFK. But, I hope your trip went well, by the way, Kyrio. Good.
I returned.
Here you go.
Come there.
All good things. Puppy.
Oh, that's nice, Kyrio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I know what the chat means by this song being kind of KH coded.
I can hear a little bit. I was actually thinking Final Fantasy, like one of the nicer, like, oh, this is a nice town kind of song, Final Fantasy game.
Yeah. It's also early enough that we can't swap to the next song yet, at least in game time.
Well, either or, this is just this is a nice song to have a loop either way, so.
Yes.
It is chill.
But since Brooke and Red are here, Ryda, you walk into the medical wing. One of the Chirurgians is at work, the Ariados, with their assistants, who are probably at least partially there to keep, whoever calm, because giant spider. And you espy at the foot of Brooke's bed, Lyre, who has only just started to wake up and is kind of looking around bleary-eyed, being a deer loaf. And also, as I described earlier, Dine, who is quite passed out at the moment, kind of partially laying on Brooke. I imagine that Brooke is not pretending to be asleep right now. Brooke looks up at Ryda and gives an awkward wave. He's at least managed to sit up slowly without disturbing Dine. He gestures to keep the volume low if they want to talk.
Ryda nods and quietly walks over to the foot of the bed where they sort of place a claw on Lyre's head and just sort of head pets and looks up towards Brooke. Are you all right?
Lyre makes a soft little deer noise. They seem pleased by this, and slowly get themselves up.
That is a good point, Fair. does Ryda and Brooke heal after sleeping?
Yes. I should mention, Brooke, you recover 2 will and 5 hit points. Ryda, your will is recovered to max. Your HP is recovered to max.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised Brooke didn't full heal, actually.
Yep, there's reasons for it. Brooke tilts his head slightly before nodding. Yeah, I think I'm doing okay. Kinda overdid it, I think.
I see. Well, I suppose I'll leave you to rest and not bother you further. There's a matter I wish to discuss with you once you are fully recovered. Though I must inquire about... And they sort of just look down towards Dine.
The both of you may give me an insight survival alert when it is convenient.
Insight survival alert.
Today's card is the pen.
Nice.
Both Brooke and Ryda are going to hear very quietly as Dine is mumbling in their sleep. Don't die on me. As they stir just ever so slightly.
Oh. The ships in this game are so good.
Brooke smiles and places a hand on Dine's. You're not disturbing me. What did you have to say? Also, I kinda knocked out halfway through. I assume we won?
Yes, of course. It's more a matter I need to discuss with you when you are fully intact. As for what occurred, I can't say for certain what happened on your end, as Tucker and I had slipped into the shadows and dealt with the tyrant in there. When we came out, he had been killed, and it seems he had something to do with it. Pointing towards Deadeye.
Go for it.
I guess it is.
Yeah, Fair makes a good point. I kind of just missed that. Actually, Fair pointed it out. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, no! That roll!
Oh boy! I mean, I guess the voice might be familiar, it might not. I don't know how much has changed. Oh. Brooke blinks. Right. Okay. So, where's Tucker now? That's a perfect segue for us to go over to Tucker, who's returned to the castle.
May not realize that Brooke has no idea who they are. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Like, do either of you, like, maybe Brooke's just figured it out through context, but I don't know. As for Tucker, he doesn't head back to the medical wing, so that question will be left open-ended for them for now. Is the Empoleon still following Tucker around?
The Empoleon followed Tucker up to the gates of the castle wall.
Civilians not allowed in, probably, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The guards are just soldiers. They aren't like proper knights. You haven't really seen many proper knights around.
Mm-hmm.
Which probably understandable at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the soldiers are kind of apologetic. Like, they can't really let civilians in or out really until everyone has been treated and they can be sure that the situation in the castle is under control. That you can tell, and it's very obvious that they're parroting something that probably one of their superiors, maybe even Nihilith, told them.
Tucker understands there's kind of basically a regime change happening, so it's right now security does matter. So yeah, Tucker will basically give a proper farewell to the Empoleon before going in, and thanking him again for all the groceries, all the shopping around, because this will definitely help. He expresses it'll definitely help him and his team recover.
The Empoleon is pretty understanding, and they're grateful that they can give back. Because, well, not everyone was really necessarily in support of things changing, and they don't really know everything that happened. They could just sort of tell from Tucker before that the reason they were asking around, that they were so urgent, is they were doing something important, something right, and they wanted to support them. They don't need to be thanked. Just making sure that everyone is okay is enough.
Tucker smiles and simply expresses, "Yeah, that's that's my goal as well. Thanks for supporting it."
The Empoleon will give you a salute and then flop onto their back and slide on a created thing of ice down the street.
If you can do it, it's easier than walking. Tucker will head on inside the castle. He's not going to go to the medical wing, though. What he's actually going to do is, I want to ask, first off, he got piled with meats and breads and veggies and fruits, right?
Yes.
Is it enough to feed the team a meal?
Yes.
Okay.
Even accounting for Brooke and Ralph's larger sizes, this will be enough to feed everyone associated with your group.
Okay.
At least. So that would be Rida, Tucker, Brooke, Ralph, Dine, Liar, and even Team Mischief.
Okay, good. That's exactly who Tucker was thinking about when it came to feeding.
It might be a bit of a stretch if you spread it out more for more Pokemon, but there's enough there for a very good meal for the lot of you.
All right, Tucker's gonna head to. I assume the castle kitchens are like usable. I assume they exist. Yeah. Are they under use? Are they occupied? Is there any space in them? He would be heading to the castle kitchens.
So at this hour, the kitchens are starting to be used. The Pokemon using them that, or at least wearing like the chef aprons and stuff, do look like they've been bandaged and were probably embroiled in the combat in some manner because they are crystal infected. But they don't seem adverse to your presence. But if Tucker, actually, here we could have Tucker. You can do a social roll with contest etiquette or alert, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Contest. Let's do etiquette in this one. Just those two?
Plus a social.
Plus a social.
Any social.
Let's do smart, because Tucker has a smart idea. And he wants to express if he could have a little space for it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6.
Not bad. The cooks are more than amenable to sharing the space. There's plenty of it. They only ask that you not make off with the cookware, really, and that once you're done, you help them clean up. Because in their injured and crystallified state as they are, it's hard enough for them to do this, and they're also trying to feed a lot of Pokemon right now.
Tucker definitely agrees to those terms. What Tucker specifically needs for his project is simply, basically just like one burner would do to cook up all the meat, and then a little station to and one knife basically to cut up the bread, the veggies, the meat, and basically what Tucker's going to do. He's obviously not a master culinarian or anything, but he has worked with fries a little bit, has some of that interest. So what he's going to do, he's going to make sandwiches. And he's going to pile everything except for the fruit into between bread. Basically, like for Liar, probably keep the meat out. But obviously, yeah, make sandwiches of sizes good for each party member and to what they might like. They're probably going to be messy and badly cut and stuff because he's not terribly skilled, but you can't really mess up a sandwich too bad.
Roast Toro sandwich.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, that's more than amenable. Like, there's 2 cooks here. There's enough space for there to be a dozen Pokemon working in here, roughly of your size.
Oh,
at least. Oh, that's weird. If you look at Ralph's face from a certain angle, it disappears.
Yeah.
So, first of all, give me a dexterity. Yeah, we'll make these perform checks. We'll make the first one dexterity contest perform.
Okay. The dex is the big factor, yeah. As long as the meat isn't charred to a blackened pulp, I think it'll be an edible sandwich.
All right. So you do a pretty good job of cutting things up. like way better than you thought. These ribbon hands are really useful.
Yeah. Greatly enhance this sort of skill.
Next, I would like an insight contest performed.
Okay.
For the actual cooking of ingredients.
Yes. Ooh, a little rougher.
Yeah. Being the dark type that you are, the meat is just a little undercooked. It's just a little bloody, but I mean, it's not unsafe to consume.
Typically, a rare cut of meat is not what you put on a sandwich, but it'll do. He recognizes that it's probably maybe a little too juicy for a sandwich, but we'll try to dab it with a cloth or something before putting it together in the sandwich, just to dry it a little bit.
By contrast, the small parcel of eggs that you were provided, like chicken eggs.
Cool.
I don't know what the equivalent would be here. We're not going to get too far into it. You kind of overboil them just a little bit. But it's enough that you can still slice those up just fine to add to sandwiches for those who don't want meat.
Yeah.
Even though Lyre will probably just take theirs with, like, mustard and lettuce.
Yeah.
Mustard, lettuce, tomato.
Unfortunately, Tucker wasn't planning on cooking everything, so those are probably the only two things he mainly cooks. Most veggies are perfectly fine in a sandwich raw, so... And
Yes.
also, there's enough prep time for all this anyway, so he wants to make sure everybody gets fed soon.
And besides, while stuff is cooking, like veggie and fruit can be washed, which is something that the cooks will recommend to you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not hard. It doesn't take terribly long, but you've got effectively, you've condensed down some like 4 bags into 2. One full of sandwiches, one full of whatever's leftover ingredients, like the various veggies and berries and fruit that can just be eaten.
Yeah. And yeah, Tucker will get, the equivalent of parchment paper or any sort of wrappings that are available to wrap up the sandwiches individually. Maybe even find a way to mark them to remember whose sandwich is what, that he made for who.
I will say, around this time, Ralph, thank you for being so patient, by the way, you are awakened by the smell of food slowly beginning to waft through the castle halls. Almost like a cartoonish tendril sneaking underneath the door to tickle at your nostrils.
Yes, let us wake up and
You awaken, and there was a note left behind.
see here. Kiki stuff. Okie I'm such a fucking nerd. The first thing I think of with the left behind was Gary was here.
Right, I was here. I mean, to be fair, Rida basically did a Gary on you. Not that Ralph is aware.
Yes, that originally. Yeah, I'll take it. And I think, what? Understand this stuff? Yeah, I can understand this stuff.
Zaid
I
gives...
understand them.
Sorry.
Oh, you sound a little spotty again. What'd you say?
I was debating whether or not Rita would understand this stuff, and I thought, yeah, she probably will.
Okay.
And then I went on to say, I understand I'm hungry.
Zaid gives a great wide yawn as he's like the vertebra in their neck, which, given the way they were sleeping, it's hard to believe they have any, just crack and pop with every motion until they're back to being upright, smacking their lips.
Smells of breakfast. I wonder if they have the dark bread today.
As Zaid, very squinty-eyed, slides out of their chair.
Shall we go see about getting ourselves something to eat?
Oh, definitely.
And Zaid will follow your lead. He's a bit slower, but also he's not particularly starved, unlike the rest of you. So it will be that Ralph will be the first to encounter Tucker this morning, who's currently carrying a bag of sandwiches and a bag full of fruit and veg.
Yep, after having helped clean up, like he promised, of course, before taking off his food.
That smells real good.
Tucker will see the two and say, "Oh, good morning, Ralph and Zaid."
Oh, Zaid's way far back. He's like...
And Zaid waits. He'll eventually answer. It's fine.
Yeah, Zaid is like up 1 to 2 flights of the main stairs. That's how far back he is. He's being very slow, old man.
So Ralph, if Ralph may notice that Tucker is actually drooling a little bit, because while he was completely focused on cooking, he is hungry and he is dog, and he was drooling a little bit. Not on the food, fortunately, but you do notice he's drooling. Tucker actually addresses Ralph and says, "Actually, that's good timing. Would you mind helping me hand out the sandwiches I have?"
Oh yeah, as long as one of them's for me, I'll help distribute you guys.
Oh, it sure does. I made one for, and he's going to list off everybody that gets a sandwich, and thus who needs to be tasked with getting a sandwich. And Tucker will provide Ralph with, you know what? Tucker's going to provide Ralph with the main crew in the medical wing, their food, as well as, of course, Ralph's food. Well, Tucker will go deliver Team Mischief's food. And his own afterwards. Oh, have you seen... Tucker will also ask Ralph, "Oh, have you checked on Brooke or Ryden yet? And the others?"
No, but Ryden came and checked on me, so yeah, they're out and about.
That's good. I imagine everyone's recovering all right. Hopefully this food helps that. And with that, Tucker does seem to be dutiful about handing these sandwiches out, so he will go after that if Ralph has something else to add. It's very clear that Tucker is also hurrying before he gets so ravenous he just eats all the sandwiches he has.
Nothing in particular.
Okay. Brooke's question of where's Tucker can be answered indirectly now. But yes, there will be a difficulty for at least Tucker because, yeah, where is Team Mischief is a good question. That was asked earlier in the chat. And that's a good question. They're around, surely. But as to where, Tucker will have to ask around, I suppose.
Sorry, my brain blanked for a minute.
Oh, it's okay.
Tucker's asking around for...
Oh, so I could. Did you? Do I need to? So Tucker met with Ralph and handed Ralph Ralph's sandwich as well as the sandwiches of everybody who's around the medical wing. So basically, that would be Brooke and Dine and Lyre.
Yes.
Tucker's gonna find Rita since Ralph kind of made clear Rita isn't there, but. Since Tucker's going to deliver Rita's sandwich, but also Team Mischief's, and then finally eat his own after he's done with all that.
Okay. Of course, because neither of you know that Rita is in the medical wing.
Yeah, no, we don't. So.
By the way, audience, this is how you can tell these are good players. It's like, I don't know that they're there. It's like, you know what? You're right. But yeah, you don't actually know where Team Mischief are. I
think the last thing Tucker knows is that they took their unconscious sister and they left after that fight. So,
what specifically are you asking about to those that are nearby?
I guess Tucker would simply ask something to the equivalent of, have you guys seen a trio of cats? And then describe their species.
Okay. As I mentioned before, it's mostly soldiers around. Very few knights at the moment. Roll a Doom die. Could you give me a... Could you give me a cool contest etiquette?
Okay.
I believe that's about right.
Really just making good use of that etiquette skill. Okay.
All right. So you are in luck in that one of the morning patrols contains not just like standard castle soldier guards. There was also a pair of rebels that are sort of going around doing patrols as well. And when you ask them, they let you know that they haven't seen Luxio or Torcat because the use of their names aren't widespread yet.
Yeah.
They haven't seen Luxio or Torcat since yesterday, but they can't imagine they would have gone far. One of them suggests that they're probably somewhere in the castle if they're not in the medical wing.
Okay.
Since blanket order that was agreed upon is that nobody goes, like, no civilians go in or out of the castle, and most of the rebels even with combat experiences as they have, technically count as civilians. They aren't, the two rebels you're talking to aren't happy about that, but they also know they aren't being held prisoner, because they kind of can't be.
It's more a general order just to keep things organized as things get sorted out.
Nobody ever comes in. And nobody ever comes out.
If that were true, Tucker couldn't have gotten groceries. So
Tucker thanks them for that information, even if it is vague. At least he knows to keep the search to the castle. Well, Tucker knows a little bit about how to go around the castle at this point. I think Tucker saw assigned a living quarters or something to that effect at a crossroads in a previous session. So I guess he would probably try to find the living quarters, as it might be a place where they're bedding down or something.
there is the barracks.
The barracks, yeah.
If you're looking for like proper living like guest quarters, that would be on an upper floor.
I think
and
that's, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, and obviously, if you go to the Royal Colonnade, that the guards will just turn you away because clearly they won't be there.
Yeah. Yeah, probably the upper floor, like guest quarters, is probably where he would check first, and he would along the way, of course. I think it's fair to say, I mean, Tucker hasn't had as much direct contact with Team Mischief as like the rest of his team, but I think he can still use his nose to try and pick up a familiar scent. If they at all travel through an area, maybe he could cross that.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a use of Outer Sleuth, then. While I turn our attention back to the majority of the group.
Okay.
As Ralph comes into the medical wing with a bunch of sandwiches for everybody, courtesy of Tucker, and gets to see, I'm just going to abbreviate it as the cute. Look, it's late. I'm not going to describe it for like the fifth time.
The cute. It's good. The cute. Nothing wrong with the cute.
I'll look about for my teammates. I mean, I know where I left Brooke, so that's we'll go there first. Oh my good golly gosh, I'm not disconnecting, am I?
Oh no, we heard you fine. At least I did.
Yeah, I was able to hear you fine. You have not.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You've been mostly
Mala-
okay, it's just there's a couple moments of spyness. I don't know what that was about, but you're otherwise fine.
I believe Mala disconnected because they have to sleep.
Yeah, they left because of that, so you're fine. Yeah, so Ralph is heading to where he last saw Brooke. I guess that means he's gonna run to everybody.
Well, that's the only person I know for sure where it is. Kinda.
Well, it's not like he's really moved too much. Not yet, at least. See, I see that discussion in the chat as Kyrio finishes typing. So, do people in England just don't have ACs, or as a general rule?
There are abodes over there that may not have AC units, or if they do, they are not as strong or necessarily as efficient as those in hotter regions.
I noticed the Beers did mention that the house is designed to keep heat in, and I'm just thinking to myself, is England winters really bad where you need to have that?
Yes.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yes.
That's fair enough. I don't know much about England winter, so. I do know, though, that typically it's kind of dreary weather during spring and summer months, so I guess this heat wave is quite surprising. Because I imagine that means more sun is out than usual, too. Well, not necessarily. You get some really hot weather while it's cloudy, actually, but typically. Usually intended for hospitals or stores, not necessarily for domestic use. Oh yeah, so more commercial ACs, not residential ACs. Honestly, it's not too different up here in Canada, given it's more northern. Yeah, I mean, I can get an AC unit, and we do have them in Windows, but as far as, like, central AC, that is exceptionally rare up here, so understandable. Hello, Farian.
Brooke, still talking to Rida. Well, I'm sure Tuck will turn up. What about... Oh, hey, Ralph, Brooke says when the Snorlax walks in. The sight of the sandwiches makes him realize he is also starving. Oh, man. I could eat a ponyta. Which, yeah, the lot of you have not eaten properly in a good while. So, understandable. And it's quite the boon that the people in town have shared so much.
I'm not gonna be like, fresh out of ponyta, but I got some sandwiches.
Ralph gets an internet cookie.
That's such a random throwaway line. I'm surprised you recognized it.
Oh, I will note, I don't know if I explicitly stated, but Tucker did spend a moment to explain to Ralph that he got this came from the generosity of random townfolk that appreciate our efforts, basically. And that Tucker himself made the sandwiches, because, of course, he'd like to mention that he put a lot of work into it.
Tucker added love.
Yay!
Rida does also greet Ralph, seeing him enter. Also wondering if Ralph brought Rida a sandwich.
Oh, yes.
Oh, so they're labeled, so Ralph could easily see who it's for, each sandwich.
I will note, I do believe Ralph has seen Rida like this, so Ralph knows this is Rida.
The only one who hasn't is Brooke.
Okay.
Did Brooke have any particular reaction, I'm curious, Kyrio, towards, like, because, yeah, Rida looks different and sounds different, so I'm curious.
I mean, so far Brooke has been conversing with them just fine. They just do not recognize.
Brooke doesn't know who is standing in front of him right now, so he's just been nice and polite to the stranger. Like, hello, stranger talking to me. How you
Absolute
doing?
stranger does not recognize the species of Pokemon, but it's
Makes
like,
sense.
okay, they're talking to me. Clearly, we won, and everything is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, that makes sense, because Brooke's kind of unflappable. They know Tucker fairly, yeah.
And Ralph.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, there's so much presence and noise that Dine wakes up. They blink a few times. Oh.
Oh,
And they,
Uh,
they
20 years. I'm Ralph's great grandson.
They put one hand to their head and level some serious side eye at Ralph. Actually, you know what? Where are his stats?
And then he kills Ralph.
No, he kills Ralph's great grandson. No, the legacy of the lineage.
No, I
He hated
need
that
it for
joke
insight
so
purposes.
much. But yeah, even Ryder sort of side eyes Ralph, like, seriously.
Hey Ralph, you wanna give me a cool contest perform and see if you can outdo a 3?
Oh my god.
Oh, I bet I can.
I want this to work.
I'm sure Brooke is going to immediately explain, but this is still very funny.
Mm-hmm. I mean, logically, it does line up with Ryder being a dragon type. Being able to live significantly longer probably looks the same.
Equal. It's like Dine squints. It's too early for this shit. They're not gonna be thinking about that. Brooke rolls his eyes at Ralph. Hey, want a sandwich? He asked Dine. Now that you mention it, I am hungry. So, yes, please. Liar peeks their head up from, like, the baseboard of the bed, wide-eyed at Dine. And they utter in the smallest voice possible, polite.
just imagine it. Liar lifting his head up, looks at the two. Gay.
And now we've learned the dragon word for gay.
But this is like the most polite Liar has seen them be, so they're kind of shocked.
I would assume so.
Yes. If Ralph bids it so, the sandwiches shall be distributed.
Yeah, I give everyone their associated sandwich.
They vary in size and ingredients based on people.
Liar's is the loudest because crunchy lettuce.
I imagine if there was like a nice, like really hearty, like brown rye bread, it was probably given to Liar because that feels more natural.
Yes. There's still a very brief and loud crunch, 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 crunch.
Of course, there is one. Rhino sandwich is with Tucker, though. So what is Ralph going to do when he tries to get Rhino sandwich?
Well, is that a sandwich with Tucker? I suppose I'm gonna reach into the bag and go, oh. Tucker has yours.
Ryder just nods. It's fine.
Aw.
Brooke chomps into his sandwich. Can anyone give me a recap of the end of that fight? Where everyone is now? Team Gallant, Team Mischief, Queen?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can give you the short version. Okay, so we won the fight. I was in a rush when the final blow was done. But he did. Jim Horn's dead. The queen is still knocked out. But I did give the sword back. I gave it back to the scholar guy. And we did a whole bunch of research together. Oh, and I, helped do some stuff. I helped move, some of the heavier Pokemon. Cliff notes, and such. Their travels a bit. Actually, but I didn't know that. Yeah, they're not letting everyone just move about freely, but we're getting our bearings. But yeah, the most important thing is we did win, and Artemis is not woken up yet. Oh, and Ryder here evolved. Where you go?
Also, on a less important note, I beat Leon in a 1v1 fight.
I imagine in quick succession there's two da-da, and like confetti popping out from behind Ryder. They evolved. They also beat Leon in a fight.
That's funny. That makes two people that have pretty much 1v1 Leon from our team. No, just half our team is 1v1 Leon.
Ah yes, to their great shame.
I love the disdain from Ennio anytime I talk about beating Leon. He's like, yeah, but use cheese strat, so it doesn't count.
I didn't notice
Lame.
that.
Oh, at this point, Leon's just fully accepted the loss as legitimate, but they're still gonna rib Ryder about using cheap tactics because it's funny.
Ryder does not care. All they care about is they won.
Friendship goals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, technically, Ralph could answer part of Brooke's question. I just know because Tucker did mention he's going to go find Team Mischief for the sandwiches thing.
Oh yeah, I do know that. It'd be like a last minute thing. Oh yeah, Tucker made more sandwiches, so he's got your sandwich, and he's also got some Team Mischief.
Brooke looks a little disappointed when Ralph immediately claims he was asleep at the end of the fight. I'll just ask Scales for details later, he mutters. When Ralph mentions Ryder evolve, recognition dawns on Brooke's face briefly. Right, yeah, I noticed.
Ryder just sort of tilts their head.
Okay. This I want to roll for. I
Agree.
Yeah.
Brooke, give me a cool contest perform.
No, I didn't. I totally did just misplace you as a stranger. No, that didn't happen.
Ryder, please give me an insight contest perform.
Okay.
Oh no, that's not a good roll. Well.
Yeah, so Ryder looks at Brooke and tilts their head. Just sort of, you had no idea that I evolved, did you?
Deadeye tilts their head. They haven't stopped with the laying thing, by the way, so they've basically got their head on Brooke's chest right now, and they just tilt their head looking up at him with both irises raised, like, did you really not notice? Not a clue, Brooke admits immediately. But hey, I'm sure I'd have figured it out eventually.
Ryder just shrugs. It would have been a lot more awkward if you had found out later, so I suppose this is fine.
I don't think I've ever seen a Curlia evolve like this, Brooke says. Seems like Eternatus might have had an influence.
I believe in some aspects, yes, their power allowed me to evolve in such a state, though I think the form I took is a good majority my own doing, and the process I took to evolve. I'm quite happy with the results.
Ryder says this, and Deadeye starts sort of... They look pensive and trace a finger around the perimeter of their empty socket.
I do appreciate the hype around Ryder's evolution design.
Well, you put so much work into it, and people see that.
Yeah.
And so did Kyrio with his art.
Yeah. So good. Well, you look pretty good, Brooke says. Very knightly. Appropriate, I suppose. Sounding a little pensive himself.
Ryder gives a smile, hearing the praise about their appearance. It's probably one of the few times Ryder has actually thought about their appearance. Even before losing their memory, they didn't give too much thought about the way they looked, other than very few instances in which they had to go to royal events and dress up a bit more formal, and then that came the whole decision of dress or sue.
honestly kind of a vibe.
Why for not both? Dress and suit.
Oh.
It was a mix of the three. Sometimes they do suits, sometimes they do dress, and sometimes they do in between. Just kind of how they felt that day.
Well, they're gonna have to get stuff custom tailored so that the that rose thorn of a spike on their chest does not ruin everything.
Yeah. They're still wearing their ripped guard, which will probably lead to some point during this day having that one scene that I told you guys about in private.
Honestly, don't worry about it too much. I'm sure they already tailored clothes for Lucario. You just need a modification of that.
Shoot, I haven't even looked at that. I'll need to do
It's
that.
nothing major.
Yeah, but still. I should look. Because when you all make stuff, it's cool.
When the time comes, I can summarize some of it for the chat just to give them some understanding of what important context they need to know. But it's more of just a passive scene, so I didn't need it to be a whole drawn-out thing. Plus, it's kind of personal, so I didn't want to share it with everyone.
Yeah.
That's fair. Welfare. I could have them be rolling to walk, but that's no fun.
I
don't
just
pick up.
chop
You
it
have
up to Rita being able to walk digigrade as just, hey, my legs still function the same way, they just look a little funky now. They just try not to think about it too hard, otherwise they start walking weird.
Well, remember that a person's sense of balance isn't entirely based on their feet.
Yeah, you have a tail for that, which you're getting used to.
The tail probably helps a lot too.
Which is helping. It is one of those situations where if you think about it, it's weird, and you're going to be doing weird wobble walks around the halls for days until you figure out how to think about it and walk normal. So not thinking about it is working real good in your favor.
Yes, Rita's definitely had close calls with their tail whacking into things already. I agree with Fair. I always interpreted Curly walking on tiptoes, like the ballerina thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a little nondescript, so you can make your own interpretation.
Well, I think once we get a head count and confirm everyone is alive, we'll be ready to go. Rook says between bites. Assuming Benkei will let us out. If not, we'd have to impose on you one more time, Rita.
They sort of give this apprehensive look. Must we leave so soon?
I'm just gonna, because it's almost end of session, I'm gonna note something for you, Brooke. You don't feel Scales' presence yet. You haven't felt him all morning, which is unusual. And you're pretty sure it's not because Dine has been with you. And to answer Charm's question of, with the exception of Ryda, everyone who had crystals on them still does, yes. Just because they aren't luminous does not mean they are gone.
I'm mulling that because, like, are we gonna leave with that still affecting some of us in the group that we're gonna be bringing back? I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah. When Brooke mentions giving a head count and probably going and such, I'll bring that up. We should take care of like lift one arm and with the crystals this first, if we can.
We? Percass?
Oh, we.
Yeah, well, this is Brooke responding to Ryda. I mean, I kind of assumed. I mean, you found your mistress and everything.
Ryda kind of clutches their arm. Right. I suppose I would be in the opportune position to stay here. That said, after what I've done to this place, considering what I'm partially responsible for, I doubt I rejoin the Crown's Guard. And even if I could, I don't think I deserve to. On top of that, I still intend to protect this place, and there might be more tyrants like that out there. Just thinking back to when we defeated the Cloudfather, or even Corpsefang, or monsters that need to be dealt with. And then of course there's still the major problem that threatens everyone. I don't think I can rest just yet. And if you'll accept me, I would like to continue being with Team Cheer to see that these threats get dealt with. They seem as if they're expecting a, no, you can't come with us.
I know Brooke is going to respond to this. Just going to put this out there, Ryda, that Dine is looking at you incredulously. With, like, their one good eye. With the sort of expression of, what the heck are you talking about? And meanwhile, Liar looks kind of sad. They've got their chin resting on the baseboard and head slightly tilted, looking over at Ryda with big, sad deer eyes. Brooke swallows. Well, that's a load of crap, he says. Don't get me wrong. I approve of hunting down tyrants. That sounds rad, and I'll gladly have you on the team if that's what you want. But without you, this kingdom would have been super doomed. He has a point. And why would you even need to be a Crown's Guard anyway? Isn't this your home? If you wanted to stay, nobody would be upset with you.
Ryda just sort of mutters under their breath, she might, before switching tones. I suppose you're not wrong, but you guys would have came here without me. Even if I did not join with Team Cheer, you would have inevitably heard the commotion and headed this way yourself. I can take credit for assisting, but ultimately I have faith that you'd be able to solve this even without my help.
But that's not how it happened. Deadeye sits up and stares Ryda directly in the face. Empty socket and all. This kingdom was saved because of your intervention. How many teams have come here before this one? Where would I have been had I not come here with all of you? You can bother yourself with what-ifs all you want. You are absolutely responsible for this kingdom's salvation, just as much as the rest of us. Just as much as the rebels who supported us, who we supported in turn. I know I'm generally a solo act. I'm not particularly good at cooperation. They look towards the floor. But even I am not so fully blind that I would believe this possible without you. That is simply not the world we live in right now.
Ryda seems taken aback by this declaration from Deadeye, of all people. They immediately first thought is going to deny it, but their mind does get convinced that maybe Deadeye is right. Maybe if I wasn't here, things could have gone worse. Considering the things they did to get here and their knowledge of the place that helped along the way, then maybe he's not wrong.
I agree with Dine, obviously, Rook says. Probably wouldn't have even made it through the desert without you. Deadeye physically, does this cringing shudder thinking about that. I'm going to be honest. Even if they don't ask you, I will, because I would rather not travel through the desert again.
Reddit is sort of like a bashful chuckle at the thought that they were that important in terms of crossing a desert, of all things. And they let out a sigh. I suppose I was useful, and I'm partially to blame for retaking this kingdom. And I know truthfully I'd probably be accepted open arms by the people. Though I'm still uncertain how my mistress would feel about me. I still want to prove myself. Not really to them or to others, but to myself, that this wasn't just a fluke. Something that happened on accident. That I am as strong as I think I am.
Well, there you go. Again, I don't mind if you want to still be part of Team Cheer. Just want to be sure your decision is based on what you want, not what you're afraid of, Brooke says.
Of course. Thank you, Brooke, for allowing me to continue being a part of your team. You've helped me in so many ways, and thank you once again for putting up with my less than desirable attention towards you, while I did not fully recollect my past.
Deadeye's head half turns back towards Brooke. Like, socket side facing him. And Brooke can see the little pinprick light just sort of side-eyeing him a little bit. Oh, they confused me for the queen as a crocodile, Brooke says in a loud whisper. Don't worry, I made sure to let them know I was definitely not their mistress, he grins. And Brooke, Ryda, and Ralph can make insight survival alert rolls. Deadeye turns back to facing Ryda. Well, good that those delusions are waived. So, Brooke, you think that Dine was concerned that that was going to be an issue going forward in, like, a sort of team dynamic sense, Ralph and Rida, you can tell absolutely Dine is doing a terrible job of hiding a very different form of concern. Oh yeah, don't worry. It was never an issue, really, Burke says. Yes, Kyrio. Sadly, Brooke is just a little oblivious right now. It's okay.
I mean, he had to recover from quite a fight, so a little obliviousness can come with tiredness.
It doesn't help that Dine might be mildly in denial about themselves.
But yeah, Ryder will turn their attention back to Dine, expressing towards him. And thank you for your words. I'm still struggling to figure out myself and self-worth, considering events. So I very much appreciate it.
Dine goes to stand and needs a second because they have been uncomfortably sitting in a chair all night. But they get there after a minute and put a hand on Ryda's shoulder. My master was many things, but one thing that he taught me, that as applies here anyway, is that worrying about all those what-ifs doesn't matter. We live in the world we live in now. We can't change what came before. Just drive the path forward.
Ryder gives an appreciative nod.
Listen, I guess we can stick around a little longer. Like Ralph says, the crystals are still a concern. Brooke says, take some time to be here for now. See how you feel. Then get back to me. And there's a light cough from off to the side. And it's one of the physicers. I'm sure this is all very touching and everything, and important, but our patients do need continued care and rest. And that includes you, Admiral? They make a little gesture with their hands. This is, it's a Clefairy, by the way. They are like standing on the headboard.
Tubby, your reactive is covered by a greeting.
Oh,
Fitting.
I felt like I had to call it out. It's very fitting. Yeah.
oh, yay. Breathing. Black squirrel. Yeah. I do find it funny that not only when Sword and Shield came out, but also like the next game, I got no less than like half a dozen people messaging me saying they named their bullet after me.
Cute.
I love
I've
it.
had a few people say they named their Puchetta after me.
Brooke is fine, he says. And yeah, I get it. I'm not 100% yet. Everyone get out of here. You too, Dine. You clearly need to stretch your legs a little. But I'm not nearly so old or frail. But as you wish. Stein will leave because he has no medical ability to help here. The Clefairy Physiker is not necessarily addressing Lyre because they're being helpful here, but they just sort of look at Ralph and Rida, and they pause for a second and make little shooing motions with their hands, like go, please.
Okay, doke.
Understood. And
Also-
I'll get back to you, Brooke.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to answer that. Also, by now, yes, Zaid has made it to ground floor and is able to get breakfast.
Hopefully he gets that ready, like.
So where are Ralph and Rida heading now that they have been shooed politely out of the medical wing?
Rida will turn to Ralph and just sort of look at him with a bit of curiosity. So, what do you think's going on between Brooke and, I guess, Dime now?
I think the technical term is bromance, where it's like a level in between their best buds, and like they almost wanna, you know, and he like pokes his hands together. But you know, it's not like quite there yet, and it might not get there. You know, that sort of limboism. But it's
I
like,
can hear you.
oh, we should have walked away a little further.
Rida just sort of peeks their head around Ralph to look at him. Well, if that's the case, can you clarify what you are?
Dine has their eye narrowed, and then they drop the squint. Since when am I obliged to label myself for you? They're gonna walk out of the castle to go take a walk on the grounds, like anyone
Yes.
could stop them.
Yeah, as soon as they're out of earshot, Ralph will nod. Oh yeah, definitely a bromance. So, you came and left a note on me when I was sleeping about the spells. Or they're kind of like spells, he thinks for a moment. It's like they're instructions as I used to know them, but they're also spells as Pokemon know them. And
Yes,
I
I briefly saw over your work and wish to understand them.
I think for a moment, but we gotta find Tucker. Get you fed.
Perhaps if we split up, we can find him sooner. And we can meet up back at the library. At what? Well, what's Zaid's room officially called?
Well, I've just been calling it Zaid's office.
Okay. We can meet back up at Zaid's office.
Okie dokie. Nice.
I guess from there they part ways.
Yeah.
What's
While
Liar gonna
Ralph
do? I
goes to find Tucker, Wright is gonna go sneak off into a room by themselves.
Oh, so really only I'm. You've bamboozled me.
Hmm?
You've bamboozled me.
You have been led astray. Because Ryder could probably easily connect to Tucker's psychically at this point with the link they've shared.
Yeah, and while it's not
Or scry to find him.
Ryder's not aware of it, but he hasn't left the castle ground, so he's not super far either. So.
Wright is very aware they can find Tucker whenever they want. But Ralph doesn't remember that, so...
So off Red and Ralph go.
Yep.
So... Tucker. You go to wander the upper halls. And this is definitely much more lavish guest quarters, as well as meeting areas and like rooms that have either a specific purpose or have been furnished to have a specific purpose. As you go sort of like peeking through them, there are guards up here. But they don't particularly side-eye you too much. Especially since you're clearly carrying food. So as much as there is a bit of like alert intention here, there aren't really many like Mightyena around, especially those dressed in colored like Tucker.
Yeah. He's wearing
So you're
very
able
distinct
to-
clothing.
So you're able to just sort of wander around on this floor just fine. It's not like there's anything here that you could do, at least that you know of, that would warrant scrutiny. And as you're just sort of checking the rooms in whichever way you choose to do, out one of the windows you see in the training grounds, Sir Cheval is there with the knights doing drills with them, despite still being a crystal merged amalgamation.
Tucker finds that a little bit relieving that they are not like going crazy over that. Though he does feel sad seeing that and remembers that there's still a lot to get sorted out still. But as far as the checking rooms, Tucker isn't too intrusive about it. He's mostly just, like, he's not marching into rooms, but he's trying to pick up scents under the door, basically. More or less, trying to find, well, the sense of the felines, basically.
Eventually, you do come across their room. Because, as I recall, you were sniffing about.
Mm-hmm.
Following these scents from room to room. It is a little difficult sometimes, doing it over the smell of the food that you've brought.
Yeah.
But you're able to nudge your way into a room where the door's been left slightly ajar, possibly on purpose or by demand, as you see the Team Mischief Maker there. Like, there's this really big bed in this room that they're all sort of on at the moment. There's like a big wardrobe off to the side. Purloin is sat on the edge of the bed, sort of almost marveling over her sister Lucy. You know, combing through Lucy's fur with a brush they must have gotten from somewhere. Lucy is super pressed up against Purloin, halfway onto her lap, and you can see that, yeah, Purloin's legs are still very much crystal. But she's conscious, at least. And Tora's there. But they seem to be quietly talking to someone that's just behind the door, visually for you. And as you push in, Tucker, with food in tow, you see the Queen standing there, conversing with Tora, holding an egg in her arms.
Oh.
And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh no!
Okay. That's not who I expected to be there. Wow. Okay.
Oh no!
What?
Okay.
What do you mean she's there?
I guess she's feeling better.
With an egg.
Wow. Well, we knew about the egg because of last session, but
Yeah.
an egg.
But why is she there?
The only
She's
ones
there.
who knew about the egg was Ryda. Ryda's
well,
the only one who
yeah.
saw it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean in character. I mean, out of character, we did know about the egg last session.
Yes.
But in character, only Ryder
Yes.
knows. Yeah.
I'm clarifying for everyone, just so it's clear. This is a revelation for Tucker, not for the player. Not for player Tucker, but for in character Tucker.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm confusing sometimes. Aren't
No,
I?
it's okay. I'm just making sure everyone understands. The only character that knew about this prior to this moment was Ryda.
Yeah.
Also, y'all were Ryda was recently told that the Queen is not awake yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just to keep the audience up to speed
Yeah.
on what's going on here.
Was she actually awake, or was that like before this happened, and then she woke up after that?
I don't know. You'll have to find out next time.
She's an
You'll
imposter.
have to find out next time on episode one, session 170. Ryder finds her Sammich.
So for lovely roleplay and a nice chill session, everybody get 5 XP.
Okay.
Nice.
Also, Kyrio is correct. From Ryda and Leon's backstory last session, we can safely assume the queen is pretty sneaky.
Good point.
That is true.
Mhm.
But like, I didn't expect her to be up so soon.
My way of thought is like, why Team Mischief? Why is she hanging out with him? Like, that's a good question. I guess we'll have to find out next session. It's like, I did not expect this
This
interaction.
will be interesting.
Very appropriate that the card I pulled was the Panoply.
Wait, what's that
What?
card? Oh, you pulled the card over here, didn't you? Let's see.
Yes, I did. I got the Allied Panoply.
What's a panoply? I'm gonna look that one up.
No idea.
Comes from the Greek word panoplia, which refers to the full suit of armor worn by hoplites. You heavily armed infantry soldiers of something. Of ancient Greece. Okay, I see. Oh, that's neat. More words.
Give me one second. I can give you the description of it as
Okay.
we cool down from our cooldown.
Oh, good point. Perlin was one. Yeah, Kyrio says, well, Perlin was one of the guards for the egg, so presumably the queen has some level of trust with her. True. Actually, yeah, we knew that, but I just assumed that, like, Gemhorn put her up to that, not the queen herself. So actually, there may have been a level of trust that existed before that, actually. Huh. Didn't even think
Minor behind the curtain moment. Purloin was under some pretty strict control, so she was doing as ordered.
Mm-hmm.
That does not mean that outside of her orders she did not have some form of rapport with the queen, but also the queen was also kind of under strict control.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, like, what sort of connections anybody in this kingdom has, given the level of control a lot of them were under. So, like, true connections beyond just controlled connections. Those are hard. That's something to untangle, basically.
Yep. Also, the Alloy Panoply is reliability, personal treasure, protection, unbroken lineage, and stability.
Cool.
The Alloyed Panoply is a lasting treasure passed through the ages. When cared for and maintained, it provides stability and protection to its owner. It is a symbol of reliability and long-lasting traditions or lineages.
In other words, egg.
Egg is one definition.
Well, something doesn't become an heirloom like that without first starting.
That's true. Kyrio says, even with Gemhorn's influence, people still kind of active normally most of the time. Can't imagine they know some kind of rapport just by proximity. Yeah, I feel like the more the more high of knight order you were, the more controlled you generally were. But yeah, more or less. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I mean, there's been a lot of new beginnings lately, which is good.
This was a nice session, and thank you
It
everyone for joining me on it, and especially Kyrio, doing a big old trip and then hopping in after that. Thanks for joining the game. Even, like, under those circumstances, I would have understood if you were like, yeah, I'm just jet lagged and I don't want to join. But thanks for joining, even under those circumstances.
Indeed. And yes, I could also go on and on, but it is also late for me. If we want to go on and on more, we have the Discord. There is the Theories channel. There is the Spoilers channel. So,
Links in the description, YouTube. But yeah, thank you very much for the session. Yeah, I went a little late, but honestly, given our delay, it was. I have to admit, it was nice it went late, as long as it wasn't inconvenient for anyone. I hope everyone can get some great rest, though. Yeah, Tubby.
I said not at all. It wasn't an inconvenience at all.
I feel fine myself. I'm good. But yes, any closing thoughts before the end of the video?
This was fun. I look forward to next time we can play, and hopefully I'll be back in my room by then.
Yeah, hopefully so.
I sincerely hope so.
Should we expect 2 weeks from now, or are we doing sales?
Seems reasonable.
Usual 2 weeks, Should be
Yeah,
good.
back usually.
Okay, we'll aim for the 8th then.
I have one last closing comment. Expect to see more of me. Tick, tick, tick. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Tick tock on the clock and the party don't stop and go.
Good night,
night, all.
everyone. And see you for more streams in the meantime, but more Pokerole in a couple weeks.